Hey, John, just an audio test.
Yeah, I hear you.
Perfection. Thank you, sir.
All right, I think we can get started. So I will call the meeting to order for September 19th, 2023. Attendance at the start of the meeting is varied. So we've got Councillor Killick, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Bermansky, myself in chambers, and I see Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Jolly on the Zoom call. And Councillor Mackay is meeting with Minister Dreeshen, Minister of Transportation, I think. Yeah. And he is going to be about an hour late, so he'll be joining us soon, hopefully. Councillor Mackay's not here to adopt the agenda, so we probably won't be able to get this meeting underway. Councillor Killick, you got that? Okay. I know of no additions to the agenda, so we can go ahead, Councillor Killick.
Did we get 8.1 pulled from consent? Yeah. So that the September 19, 2023 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. We have a couple of registered speakers. The first one, we're happy actually to have Anne-Marie Reddy. Is it Reddy? Yeah. President and CEO of Habitat for Humanity, coming to speak to us a little bit about affordable housing. So you have 5 minutes to speak, so go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me the time today. So most are familiar with Habitat for Humanity. What I do want to do is our vision and mission hasn't changed, but I certainly do want to sort of inform or bring up to date some of the changes that have happened over the last couple of years. Briefly about our home ownership program, the impact, and then I'll open it up for questions. As I stated, our vision and mission hasn't changed, but we certainly have changed our business model. What we've done is we introduced a new mortgage model that brought in a third-party provider, which is Service Credit Union. And so we operate now on a 50-50% of the mortgage. So that's new for us. We've moved away from developing entire sort of construction sites or sort of been given land and then putting in multiple housing developments, condos, that sort of thing, and looking at more sort of integrating into an existing community through sort of tear downs or going into brand new communities that are being built. We're also looking at transitioning how our sort of family services is transitioned into homeowner services. Our model is really putting the empowerment and the accountability back at the homeowner. And in terms of our qualifying sort of requirements are more in line with what really is required to be a homeowner to ensure that we are making sort of families and individuals financially stable. And the other thing is that we've changed our definition of family. There was a time that Habitat only accepted individuals that had children under the age of 16. We've now changed our definition of family to include anyone that is looking to apply for a Habitat home. So how we work really is that we're sort of getting out there, meeting with councils and communities, cities, and sort of working with the community to really continue to build affordable homeownership opportunities. We're building homes by working with developers and builders to actually build a home. They're far more cost effective and efficient than we can through volunteers. The individuals that are looking to purchase a home through Habitat still have to be willing to contribute the 500 hours, volunteer hours, that is part of the Habitat program. The payments are made affordable through a 50-50 split of the mortgage, which is based on market appraisal. 50% is held with us as a registered caveat against the mortgage, 0% interest, 0% payments for amortized over 25 years. The other 50% is with Service Credit Union at a 5-year fixed rate mortgage. That's what makes the affordability. And then when the family chooses to sell their home, we have the right of first refusal built into the mortgage documentation. So that ensures that we are buying the house back from the family at fair market value or the individual. And then we basically go in, refurbish, and then we sell the home again. This also ensures that we're keeping affordable home ownership in a community. So if you look right now at St. Albert, there's 34 homes that have been built. over the years, but it's actually served 79 families. So we know what the real benefit of our program is that there's no down payment. It's an affordable mortgage payment. The families and individuals now have access to market appreciation, but they will never be hit with depreciation. That's part of our program. And then they're building equity. So in essence, we're really focusing on individuals and families that are caught in the cycle of rental and simply cannot get out of that rental cycle because of affordability. When we're looking at our place in the market, we really are not in a we're putting a lot of focus and attention around who we serve and why we are here. So we're not social housing, rental housing, we're really that affordable home ownership. And so families and individuals that come into our program, the whole idea is to transition out of affordable home ownership and into actual market home ownership. What we do know is that this is our qualifications to become an affordable home owner, and it is that income range between 45 and 75,000. Also, our social enterprise is our restores, and we are looking to start a restore here
Sorry,
in
that's just the
St.
4.5
Albert.
minutes. So keep going.
Yeah, so we are looking to start a restore. We're in the process of doing our research. We've targeted even an actual area of St. Albert. What's important about restores, it's our social enterprise. It'll likely employ about 5 to 7 full-time employees, roughly about 1,000 hours of volunteer hours are also from the community that we see in our restores, but it really is our commitment to St. Albert that we want to express.
That is 5 minutes. Is there, I don't know if you have a specific ask of council
So
today?
the ask,
Yeah.
yeah. So our ask at Habitat is that we know that the city of St. Albert is growing. And that when you're looking at affordable housing as a strategy, to not forget that within that affordable housing, home ownership is still a very important part.
Awesome. Any questions of Anne Marie today? Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for the opportunity last week to actually spend a day with Habitat team and on site at the build. I have both my thumbs still intact, so that's a good sign. A question then is what's the first step, Anne Marie, for getting moving forward with something as a Habitat build? Would it be land or dollars or?
So when we're looking at, and when we've gone out to various communities, land continues to be a barrier for us to build an affordable home. And in the communities, the land is really something that we're hungry for. We need land to be coming in at just well below market price. We're having different communities that we're working with right now where they're donating the land to Habitat in the form of a grant. And this also ensures from the cities or the municipalities' perspective, the grant reinforces that it stays in the affordable housing continuum because the grants are usually over a 10 or 20-year time frame. So that also creates that level of sustainability for affordable home ownership. But land absolutely is a barrier for us.
And a question, changing the business model to being one of where it's built by developers, that kind of goes in a new direction than what most people would think about a Habitat build. But
Correct.
I think there's some advantages that buildings get built, homes get built faster. Faster means less carrying costs.
Yeah.
Is that kind of in a nutshell, or are there some other advantages to that model?
Thank you, Councillor. The reason why when we actually started looking at the business model, there's less wastage, less carrying costs. The bills are just more effective, more efficient, and the quality is much better than you could ever build with a group of volunteers. And when we're trying to sustain affordable home ownership and the actual, because of our buyback program, we need to ensure that these homes are built at a high level of quality. And it's not to say that our volunteers aren't amazing, because they are, but nothing can build like a builder.
And last question, the operating costs for the homeowner. The build I went to was being built very energy efficient. Is that,
Correct.
does that help out as well for the homeowners?
It does, Counselor, and every home pretty much that we're building is built on an energy efficiency based on CMHC's guidelines. And whether we're building it through our so-called brand build, which is just really a fundraiser and an awareness tool that we're using, all the builders that we use are building to energy efficiency standards.
Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to see us today, Anne Marie. I'm over here way in the corner by myself. A few questions I had, there used to be many Habitat for Humanity boards, and I know that some of them have kind of crumbled and they're working in a different kind of, I guess, different lesser groups than there used to be, and some of them were privately run and some of them weren't. And can you just explain, do you cover the whole Edmonton region, or what's your area of focus?
So Habitat for Humanity Edmonton, there's currently 5 affiliates or 5 local habitats in Alberta. There's 46 across Canada. We are a federated model. So each local habitat has its own board of directors. And we operate very independently as we have different business models. So the business model that we work off of with builders and having Service Credit Union as a third-party provider for our mortgages. There are some local habitats that still operate under the old model, which is volunteer bills, and Habitat, the actual local habitat, carries the mortgage at 100%.
Okay, so in the St. Albert region, are you the only model currently operating in our?
We
region?
are, because we look after pretty much most of northern Alberta, with the exception of the city of Camrose,
Okay.
all the way to Rocky Mountain House, to Hinton, Grand Prairie, Devon, that encompasses our area.
Okay, and then you mentioned bringing a restore facility to St. Albert. How many of those are in the Edmonton region, and would you be closing down one to bring one here, or are you adding on to the?
It would be a straight add-on, Counselor. So we currently have 3 in the city of Edmonton. We also have 1 in Sherwood Park. And then when we did our research, St. Albert St. Albert is the most logical place to place our next restore.
Okay, and those items that get brought into restore, are a lot of them donated by builders still, or?
Our restores depend heavily on donations. That's the sort of the framework that we take it when we're looking at where to put a restore. It's not just the population size, but the donation, sort of who would be our ultimate donor to be able to give to the restore. And so when we look at St. Albert and sort of the demographics, the income ranges and everything else, St. Albert is a very lucrative area for donations. We also know that donations are like most communities, the city of St. Albert, if they're going to donate to a charity, they want the charity to be in their catchment. So it's really important that when we're donating, when the donors are coming and they're donating here, that they can also shop here and support the local sort of charity.
Okay, thank you. Those questions were of interest to me, but probably to the public as well, and those willing to donate and such. So thank you again for coming to see us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes has a question.
Thanks, just a couple. So when you looked at the average, because you said you're selling it at fair market value, so how is that being assessed? Like, what is your average sale price for a home now?
It depends on location, the type of home it is. It's done through a third-party appraiser.
Okay,
That is how we assess the value. We try and keep everything as much third-party as we can in terms of fairness for the actual individual or family that's buying the home. Right now, I would say we have condos that are ranging around that 250 price point. But I will tell you that the homes, the duplexes that we're currently building in Montrose, They will probably round out at about 450.
Okay. So it's about 225 is the,
And 225 would be the mortgage that the family would be expected to carry.
and then what sizes are you, I know it varies again, but like, let's say again, you're doing the townhouses.
We're looking around that sort of nothing lower than 1,300 square feet, nothing smaller than minimum 3 bedrooms. And then, and sort of, ideally with some form of, either a townhome or duplex is what we're looking at. Stacked housing does not work, especially when we're dealing with larger families. Stacked housing just creates a lot of challenges. And it's not it's when we're looking at who we serve in the communities, they're looking for space for their children.
Seems like you've done, it's very different than what it was, let's say, a decade ago for how this is being run. I think it's been improved, quite frankly, for just making it better for people who have to use or need it. The other question I had about the appreciation. So let's say you bought it for 400,000 and it's now being appraised at 420 for whatever reason. Does the homeowner get the full 20 or do they get 10 because you're holding half of the liability?
Exactly. It's based on the loan to value in
Okay.
terms of, so we've taken 50%, so they get access to the 50%
Mhm.
of the appreciation, but only after the 5th year. Again, we're trying to ensure that the family's sustainability and sort of is kept and the financial stability. So a 5-year fixed, if they try and break out of that 5-year fixed, there's a cost to do that. So that's why the appreciation doesn't come into play until after the 5th year. But
So,
they get access to the appreciation.
and I appreciate that. That's interesting. The other thing I had is like, let's just say, I'm not expecting this obviously, but let's just say that the homeowner just does not take care of the place at all and that it depreciates. And I know you said it has a flat value, but what measures are you taking to really ensure that they do maintain it to at least the basic standards?
Standard. Part of that is around education. We have, sort of, setting the expectations. This is a home. It's not your forever home. This is a step-up approach. So when you're ready to sell a house back, again, it has to be in a manner that willful damage has not occurred. If willful damage has occurred, then you as the homeowner are responsible for that damage.
Okay.
And we make that very clear to the homeowners when they come in. That this is your home, you're on title, your responsibility, but if there is willful damage, you're holding the cost for that.
Interesting. The other question, I'm assuming that all the buildings you currently have for new people that end up taking it over, you're putting in these same qualifications. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think St. Albert's last habitat build was 2010-ish, or Aurora Place, is that what it's called? Was it?
Was it Aurora?
Aurora Place, yeah. Well, I remember when that one was going in, there was some conversation about any reinvestment back into St. Albert. So like, we haven't seen it. I don't think we've seen a habitat build in St. Albert since then. And I Councillor Hughes, you might remember they were showing a chart of how profits would increase or how money would get reinvested back, because we want more, quite honestly. I think with the housing crisis across Canada, habitat is a good tool in the toolbox. And as I liked the graph, it's not rentals, it's home ownership, which is, it's easier to put home ownership in the rental sometimes. So is there a plan to reinvest in St. Albert some of the gains that you've made out of the current habitats?
I would say that I'm not sure what the previous administration.
I'd have to find it.
Yeah, but the modeling that I've certainly done,
Mhm.
there is no financial gain in the old model of
Okay.
habitat. When you're looking at volunteer bills were usually significantly higher, and then holding a mortgage at 0% interest, and then the buybacks. Previously, habitat, previous minister, we were paying for the bulk of the buybacks.
Okay.
So there's been certain changes, Mayor, that have happened, but I've heard that statement before. Unfortunately, the financials don't pan out
Makes sense.
for that reinvestment.
And I think I know the question or the answer to this question, because I feel like the announcement last week about federal government relieving GST was just for rentals, was it not? So
It
you
was.
cannot take advantage of that.
Cannot.
Is there advocacy on your behalf? I mean, Habitat's obviously well renowned and respected.
Yes.
Yeah,
And so, and we're doing that at all levels. So I'm partaking in early October to go to Ottawa for, again, meetings with Parliament, but it really is around the education of ensuring that we constantly have room for home ownership. But we also are recognizing there is a greater need around rentals, which is why there's a lot of focus and financial sort of support in rentals.
okay,
But we're continuing that for sure,
okay, good.
100%.
Well, it's good to have you here. Saying, oh, Councillor Hughes, you have another question?
Yeah, one quick question. So I know for like, if you buy a home for the first time, you can put less down and then you have the CHMC, et cetera, but you can put less down. So if someone does this, because it's considered home ownership, would that wipe out their first home purchase and they have to put more money down on a second home?
You mean coming through Habitat?
Yeah,
That is actually a good question. That's something I would have to check into.
sure.
And can I get back to you on that one? Because it would be interesting. Ideally, when we're working with families or individuals, we know that at year 9, they're having roughly somewhere between about almost 15%, given just slight inflations of housing. And by year 11, they should actually have almost 25% down.
Yeah.
Towards a home price.
Nice. Yeah.
So that's the modeling that we're working off of, but it is still a relevant question and I will find the answer to that one.
Great, thank you.
That's all the questions we have. Unless Councillor Jolly or Councillor Broad have anything? No, we're good? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just I want to thank you for coming. It's always a
Thank
good
you.
reminder of Habitat as another way for us to bring in more affordability into St. Albert. I can't think of land right off the top of my head that we've earmarked for affordable housing, but you know, as the conversations continue in this council and probably even next term, we'll have to keep you guys in mind.
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we have Shannon and Michelle are here to talk, but just hold on, guys, to talk about the BIA. And I think it's probably better if you speak when we actually get to the agenda items. So if it's okay with you, we'll just do consent agenda and a few little things and then call you up. Sound good? All right. Is there any business arising from the Habitat presentation? Seeing none, we will go to the consent agenda. Councillor Hughes, are you ready? Go.
Yeah,
go
I can
ahead.
do it. Just my request is motion's not there.
I know, I've got requests to speak.
That's all I have
I
is request
don't
to
need
speak.
to request to speak. There's no request to motion up there?
Mm-mm.
Is yours the same?
Do you have a
Your
request to
Granicus
motion on
tablet.
yours? Do you have a button for request to motion? And none of us.
Can't make motions anymore. But go ahead,
Okay,
Councillor.
okay,
Hughes.
perfect. So that the recommendations in the following agenda report be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of September 5th, 2023, and 9.1 bylaw 14/2023 North Snowbird Trail Phase 3 boring bylaw second and third readings.
Awesome, thank you. Call for the vote. There we go. All good? Okay, voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. So we just approved 6.1 on consent, which was the minutes from September 5th. And now we are on 7.1, the downtown business improvement area bylaw. So I will ask Shannon Roche and Michelle McDonald to come to the mic. Are you guys tag teaming this or? Okay. So normally you get 5 minutes each. So between the two of you, that's 10 minutes. So. Can you get it?
Had to be a little more aggressive.
Okay. You have a PowerPoint?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I can see it on your screen, but not on the big screen. Oh.
Now let me do it.
Perfect. All right, go ahead when you're ready.
So first of all, thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak today. My name's Shannon Roche. I own Divine and Free Wellness on St. Michael Street, and this is Michelle McDonald, and she owns Tryst Wine and Small Plates off St. Anne. And we're here today to talk to you about the Downtown Business Improvement Association. So just a little bit about a BIA. It's an association that allows us as local business people, commercial property owners, and tenants just to join together with obviously the support of the municipality to organize, finance, and carry out improvements, promote economic development in our district. So why should we have a BIA? A formal business improvement area is going to assist the downtown business owners and the stakeholders to create an association with board of directors, business funding, and then bylaw legislation to ensure goals are achieved in the downtown core and allow us to have aspirations to grow over time. The formal BIA allows us as downtown business owners to also pursue grants and fundings that would otherwise not be available without pursuing this model. The reason why we're looking at it now is owners have, as we're aware in the past, they have attempted to establish cohesive business owner groups in order to spearhead some of the revitalization downtown. However, we haven't had an opportunity for a formal process, bylaw, or board of directors to be in place, and that's really limited the ability of these previous groups to achieve the goals. So myself and Michelle have been heavily invested for the last 14 months in speaking to people within the downtown community regarding the benefits of having a BIA, as well as educating and collaborating with quite a few business owners in the area. And we created the assigned boundary, which we will show you, based on those business owners that were agreeable to pursuing and establishing a BIA to achieve our collective goals. Okay, so here's the proposed boundary. Predominantly, it's going to encompass Front Street, St. Thomas, St. Joseph, some of St. Anne, and then St. Michael's Street. These were the businesses that were most really wanting to adopt a BIA. And obviously, as we create this or hope to create this, and people see that it is a positive, we're hoping to be able to expand that as more businesses want to be part of the association and grow it. So from an event of what will our BIA do, this is obviously Michelle and I have kind of put together things that we've talked to the fellow business members about, and just very high level, as we don't have an approval or a board yet. We've really looked at business retention and retraction and attraction, sorry. So we really want to create a lifestyle area for patrons to visit regularly, not just for events, but how do we get people downtown on a regular basis? Looking at attracting a diversification and complementary businesses so that we're each supporting each other. And then also hoping to have incentives for businesses and partner organizations to grow and improve their businesses downtown. Another area was visitor attraction. So we really want to be able to elevate and expand on the current festivals in the downtown area, and then also develop new initiatives to attract patrons to the area. Area beautification, streetscape improvements, creating some great outdoor seating areas, park benches, bike racks, garbage cans, maybe a patio program.
The garbage cans.
Yes,
Maybe
the garbage can. I still really want one. And of course, marketing. you know what, there has been done some marketing there collectively with the city and the chamber, but just having a BIA there as well is really going to help the branding, the marketing, and having a streamlined communication across the business groups. When we looked at roles and responsibilities on how these three partner organizations would work together, the way we presented it to the business owners for ease of understanding was that the city of St. Albert operates at 50,000 feet. You're overseeing large projects, complete city oversight, multiple departments, multi-million-dollar budgets. The St. Albert Chamber, they operate at approximately a 25,000 foot view, as I like to say. So these are mid-sized projects. They do still have a large citywide membership, and they help with carry out the festivals and citywide business activities. As a BIA, we're looking to operate pretty well outside our front door. And with that, there's a lot of ability. We can have an ability to execute. We're small, we're nimble, we're very focused, and we're looking at those immediate needs and those quick wins and how does it affect specifically the downtown core. Funding. So we went with a min-max of a BIA tax for each business of $199 annually. We're estimating that to be about $24,000 to $25,000 a year. And then providing that we do get approval, we will be looking into various grant programs that are available to business improvement associations in the province.
We're good.
We're done.
All right. I was waiting for Michelle to get up there.
No,
I kept trying.
I let her do it all.
I'll open up for questions now. And when I was reading the backgrounder, it says that you were thinking about approximately a $25,000 budget for your first year.
Yes.
And that this was interesting that you can set a maximum and a minimum. And so your max is $199 and your minimum is $199, which is means everyone's paying the same, right?
Yes.
Is that just for the first year? Or are you
can-
telling people that maybe it's going to increase, or I guess it depends on the board decision, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really depends on the board decision, because it has been so new and a lot of things have been tried downtown.
Mhm.
Coming, hate to say, out of a pandemic, a lot of businesses are still recovering. There's a lot of new businesses down there. We really wanted to get a lot of buy-in from the businesses and giving them some financial certainty of what the cost would be.
Okay.
And making sure that it was attainable for a single point over operator as well as for a larger clinic, and establishing and making sure we each had an equal voice in a BIA.
Okay, cool. All right, Councilor Romansky, I'll let you kick off questions.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting to us today and all your work in the last several months. I do have quite a few questions, actually. The businesses that you have agreeable with you right now, like the 35 signatures that you have, is there other businesses on top of that that are agreeable, or what's the feedback outside, and how many total businesses would be in the group?
So Michelle and I hosted several meetings at the community hall, and we also went door to door approximately 4 times. So from the signatures that were collected, there were a lot of people that we just couldn't catch. But when we talked to them, they said, for sure, I'm happy with it. But we weren't able to get them to physically sign just based on when we went around, when businesses open and when owners were available. But there is, I feel comfortable saying there's a larger than the 35 signatures that we have that are agreeable to a BIA.
Okay, and what's your total business number in the boundary area then?
It's approximately 124, I believe.
Okay, and agreeable number, do you have any idea of that number?
No, it would just be a guess. Again, it was really difficult. Having gone around 4 times to collect signatures, it was difficult to get some of these businesses to catch them there. So unfortunately, we don't have any specific numbers as to agreeable and not agreeable at this time. I think we'll get a better idea at the AGM.
Okay, thank you. And then the type of grants, like, are you aware of specific ones, or how many are out there, or if other BIAs have, got grants?
We've spoken to some other similar EIAs that had said they'd kind of help us walk through the grant process, one being the city of Spruce Grove,
Okay.
which we chose to use as a collaboration tool and an education tool for our BIA, just being that they are similar in size and area. But they've been able to access quite a few grants towards area beautification and actually creating a downtown. Spruce Grove didn't even have a downtown before. So we're a little bit ahead there. Specific as to grants, I wouldn't be able to answer that. We were really hoping to be able to have an approval before putting in that additional time.
Okay, and then the board is, supposed to be 9 directors, so, the 2 of you are out there like, covering ground and everything, but do you see like 7 other people that are excited and ready to, sit in that position that they'd be putting their all into it as well?
It's actually up to 9 board members, so we
Okay.
aren't strictly stuck with that number. So we're kind of hoping we can operate between 5 and 9. We do have a couple of business owners that have already offered to help us spearhead this and to be on the board. So again, it's just a matter of letting people know that this is passed and we're going ahead with it, and we're going to have our AGM and come on out and be a part of it. So I think our minimum, we're looking at 5 and up to 9, depending on what the turnout is.
Okay, and it was mentioned that you'd want to hire staff too, so what's your idea there?
I think that's a long-term. goal.
Long-term
Yeah,
goal,
that's not
okay.
something we're looking at right away for sure.
Okay, and then, so you can serve a 2-year term times 3 on the board. So it could be the same people for a max of 6 years, and then you have to have other businesses lined up for
Yeah,
that
correct.
then. Okay. And the people that are willing to help you, are they long-term businesses?
We have a mix of long-term and then newer businesses.
Okay,
And we're hoping to be able to also have a mix from the different industries that are downtown, just so that all stakeholders do have a voice and an opinion in what goes forward.
okay. And then the question is, how were the businesses advised that the 60-day petition period? Did you send them a note or an email or?
The city did.
City did?
Yeah.
City did? Okay. And you didn't get any feedback from that at all from anyone or?
I received a few phone calls just regarding questions
Okay.
because they had missed some of the meetings,
Right,
and we happily answered those. And then that was the end of it. We didn't receive any pushback. It was more for clarification.
okay. And I'll skip over to Sheena, and I have a couple more once I get them
Sure.
organized. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Sure. So, okay, the petition requirements was the city handled that. So the map that you have, it's not like a DARP map. It's kind of got different shapes in and out. So could you explain why, for example, going down Perrin Street or St. Anne Street past Perrin, it blocks off some businesses, like just the Bruin Inn is included and others aren't in your map?
So when we went down, specifically St. Anne, there was 2 businesses on the side that is north or south, I'm not sure, Cranky's Bike Shop and the Turkish Deli. We weren't able to catch the owners to sign them or get an assurance whether they were positive or negative about it. So we just decided to draw the boundary on that side there. And then the other one was, right now the BIA is really looking at supporting a lot of the restaurant shops, local businesses. So we drew the other line within the commercial building, just because there's a lot of suites there and a lot of tenants. And it would be very difficult to get that kind of a buy-in for things that are going to really affect them, such as festivals.
Okay, thank you. So if the current rate is at 199, so the method to increase it, I think Mayor Herron actually touched on this, but could the board just simply decide next year we want to double it and then that would be it? Or what is the ability to challenge a decision to increase the annual tax?
I think at this point, people want to see a positive outcome from creating the BIA, and we do need to develop a little bit of street credit, so to speak. And then at that point, we can definitely look at potentially increasing, which would have to happen at an AGM and obviously with the support of the board of directors. I'm a firm believer that we need to have a very collaborative and team-based approach and trying to take that as much as possible as we go through this.
Okay, so I guess the intention you're telling me is to not increase it for a bit. But if the board chose to increase it, then
We
That would
could,
just be-
yes, and then give the businesses notice for sure.
I think the way that it works is at the AGM, a motion brought forward to increase it, and then it would be voted on by the business owners.
Okay.
So it would be something that the collaborative would agree to. I think that's the process, but I don't know that for sure.
okay. And then, sorry, thinking in 15 different ways at the same time. Let's say that one of the businesses that's currently in it, or they move in and they decide they don't want to be part of this, so they're not gonna, they stop or refuse paying the taxes. How did this, because when I look at it, it says the city could be making up the shortfall. So if a business doesn't pay it, what happens?
So if you are within the BIA zone, it is mandatory. It is a tax.
So it's just going to be added to your property taxes? I'm looking at you, but I
Yes.
could put the staff. No, not added to
That
property
might be a
taxes.
question for Mike
Okay.
and Sean. Yeah.
Okay, we'll ask that after. So I guess I'm going to return to the fact that I might be asking the staff this if you don't have that answer, is if they didn't pay it, if like they just, because people can just also just not pay the property taxes. They could just say, I'm not putting out that amount. There's consequences to that. It's very clear if it's a property tax. If it's this, I guess I'm saying they close up shop, they're no longer there, or whatever reason they simply refuse to pay. What would be the ability to get it different? Do you know what that is, or do you want me just to ask staff?
I think they have that in the
Okay.
next presentation, just a bit more of those details.
Okay. And the grants that you mentioned, the intention of the grants, is it to offset the cost to the city or to increase the revenue to the organization?
It would be to offset and increase.
So both.
Yeah.
Would it be like a 50-50 split you're thinking, or how would you think it would be?
I think it just depends on how each grant is tailored and what the wording is within it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Romanski, back to you.
Thank you. I found my two other questions. Okay, I may have to ask administration this, but just your point of view, and I'm sure you worked together on it, but it said, in the planning here is handing over parking maintenance to the board. Like, what exactly does that mean? What's your intention for
We've
parking?
never heard anything about that, so.
Okay.
Anything
We'll hold
I
that
have
off
to
for
say-
administration then, okay?
about that. so.
Okay, okay. And then the other part is, directors shall be reimbursed for expenses necessary. Was that a request from the board as well, or?
No, I think that was just a line item that was recommended so that if we have an EGM and we want to buy coffee, right, it would be falling under that for very limited and approved expenses.
Okay, so it's not individual expenses then?
No, it would be pertaining to BIA business.
Okay, and that was it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councillor Killick, you're up.
Thank you. And thank you, Shannon and Michelle, for coming to talk to us. I've never been for a spa, but I have been to Trist. So the quick question then, on establishing the $199 per business and not property owner, but business, was that benchmarked against any of the other regional BIAs to kind of get that startup dollar amount?
Yes, we did look at some of the smaller ones. We also had the 124th Street BIA come and present, and I believe theirs was 12 or 1,500, and it was a bit of it would have stopped right there. There would have been no further discussion. How we broke it down for businesses, it worked out to be approximately $16 a month, which was lunch. So they were happy to agree with that number.
Yeah, perfect. No, and I'm very supportive of the whole BIA concept, and I glad you answered the question the way you did, that everybody pays the same amount, because my belief is that they'll all get the same level of benefit as well. And compared to some of the other BIAs with higher dollar amounts, I think $199 is a good way to start and kind of get your feet underneath the whole process. So that some of my other questions were asked, but it was really around how we arrived at the 199, and I think it's a really good starting point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Councillor Bermansky.
Sorry. I just want to be really, really clear. This is quite a difficult process here. So it says you need to have an hired auditor. Would that be outside auditor, or who would be doing your auditing of your?
That might be a question for administration.
Okay. That's it.
We're very new to starting and figuring it out.
Okay.
So I won't lie, I would love to be able to answer your questions, but I
Okay.
also don't want to give an answer that I'm unsure of.
Absolutely.
And as we go, I'm sure we'll be able to answer all the questions with much more confidence.
Well, and we're obviously answering your questions at the same time. So
Yes.
that's great. Okay, thank you.
I have no further questions, but before you guys step away from the mic, because I don't see Councillor Broadhead or Councillor Jolly's hands up, so we're good. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Broadhead. You're still muted. You unmuted and then
Oh,
there you go.
all right. Thank you, ladies, for coming in. I'm excited about this BIA, quite honestly. And so as you went from business to business and you were talking to them, were some just hesitant because they didn't understand what would all be the benefit of a BIA and decided not to join? Is that some of what you heard?
I would say some of the more legacy businesses did say a little bit of reluctance because there have been many efforts done downtown over the years. So those that have been down there a long time did definitely communicate some reluctance towards trying something new yet again. I think Michelle and I were able to maintain positive and answer their questions in enough that they did feel comfortable with it. I wouldn't say we really got a lot of hesitation though. People they're happy and they're willing to try, and it seemed a little more different with it being a formal bylaw. A lot of people have a lot more confidence in the association.
I appreciate that. So say this goes swimmingly, and I suspect that it will. What's the opportunity for someone who said, well, I'm going to give it a pass, but 6 months in, they say, geez, you guys are doing such a bang up job. I'd like to join. Do they have to wait the whole year, or how does that work?
No, I think definitely when we're looking at having a board of directors and committees, which would be great, especially when you're looking at events to have committees. We all own our own businesses, so in many hands make light work. Always the more the merrier, and again, really wanting to foster an inclusive approach for people that do want to come in and join and help plan.
Well, I wish you all the best. I really do. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go to the presentation from administration and ask them a bunch of questions. You'll probably learn some stuff even from our questions, but I just want to thank you guys, honestly. And I think I probably have to thank Mike and Sean at the same point, because we had the very first meeting in March of 22, right after the election. We had Panina McBride come and she talked about, but when I decided to get everybody together, I had no idea what would happen. And this is what's happened. So this is fantastic that you guys are done all the work. And before I went and right away, I just wanted to thank you for the work you've done so far and that you're going to continue to do. And yeah, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, Mike's going to kick us off.
It will, your worship, if I could just offer a quick introductory remark. So Mike will have a short presentation. We also have Stephen Bannerman, Senior Manager of Assessment and Taxation, who obviously has a significant role in this.
Yep.
And from a governance perspective, our city lawyer, city clerk, whatever sort of title you use to choose, will be able to speak about the MGA and the nexus through to the land use bylaw. So, and based on the questions that were asked, I think we'll be in a good position to answer all of those in terms of what council asks after. So without further ado, with your indulgence, I'll cede the microphone to Mike Erickson, our Director of Economic Development.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fletcher. Good morning, or I guess good afternoon, your worship and members of council. guess it's no secret. Let me just cue my slides here. The reason why I'm here, but I'm here before you this afternoon for the purpose of introducing the downtown business improvement area
Mike, it's-
bylaw.
Mike, it's really hard to hear you.
Is it?
Mike might need to be closer to the mic.
I've got wireless headphones in. Is that working better for both of them?
It's a little bit. Is it the type that you can hold the mic up closer to your mouth? Or is it? No, it's not.
I'll try to turn up his volume here.
Oh, okay. IT support is coming to the rescue. Keep going, Mike.
Keep going, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, is that a little louder there?
That's much better. Okay, thanks.
Okay, perfect. So obviously I'm here before you to introduce the downtown business area improvement bylaw and provide information on the business improvement area establishment process. So I'll just note right at the start here throughout the presentation, I will be using the acronym BIA, which refers to a business improvement area. A BIA is a statutory corporation created and regulated under the authority of Alberta's Municipal Government Act Business Improvement Area Regulation. A BIA allows businesses within a defined area to organize and coordinate efforts to improve the business area. BIAs operate as nonprofits and are funded by member businesses within the area through a localized tax called a BIA tax. This allows member businesses to combine their resources for common goals. Functions of a BIA typically include the following activities: performing marketing and raising awareness of the business area and its businesses, attracting more visitors to the area through promoting and organizing various attractions, activities, and events within the BIA, working to make the area more vibrant, welcoming, and inclusive. This is done in various ways, such as improving the physical appearance of the district through attractive storefronts, landscaping, and public art, or improving the functionality of the district through pedestrian-friendly design, public restrooms, street furniture, street lighting, and more. BIA associations will also advocate for their membership and will work to coordinate their efforts with local government and other business and community organizations. Some BIAs face safety and crime issues, and BIA associations will work to mitigate these issues on behalf of businesses. Oops, did I skip one there? There we go. Sorry. BIAs require the involvement of several key players. As an overview, each business owner in the BIA is a member of the BIA association. Members can attend regular meetings, nominate individuals to the board, review the BIA association's annual budget, and may volunteer to support BIA activities. The BIA association is the organization that works to support a vibrant local commercial area and meet the goals and needs of its members. The BIA association has a board of directors. The board of directors sets the direction for the BIA and oversees work to support the BIA goals and members. Directors are unpaid volunteers and are nominated by BIA membership and are approved by City Council. City Council is responsible for approving the establishment and disestablishment of BIAs and for approving proposed BIAs annual budgets and the board of directors each year. City administration is a key partner in the success of BIAs, working with the BIA Association to support operating and infrastructure needs. In some instances, the BIA Association's board of directors will hire an executive director or staff to implement programs and services and perform the day-to-day operations of the BIA. It's administration's understanding that an executive director or staff are not being proposed in the near term by the steering committee for St. Albert's BIA Association. In order for the BIA Association to have funds to operate, municipalities are legislatively required to collect BIA tax on behalf of the BIA and subsequently transfer that tax to the BIA. The process is as follows. 1, the BIA Board of Directors prepares an annual budget for the BIA, which includes operational costs such as services, programs, and marketing. 2, each year, the BIA Board presents their budget to Council for approval. Funds for the approved budget are to be collected through the BIA tax. So for an example, if the approved annual budget for the BIA is say $10,000, then $10,000 in tax must be collected that year from businesses within the BIA. 3, next, the city must perform a tax assessment of individual businesses within the BIA. This is done by assessing the market value of the space each business occupies. and is based on factors like the square footage and the typical rent for such a space. 4, the total BIA taxable assessment, the BIA tax rate, and the BIA tax are determined and calculated by the city. This information is necessary to determine the total BIA tax each individual business pays based on the BIA's approved budget. The city then issues assessment notices, the city then issues assessment notices and collects BIA taxes from all businesses in the BIA and transfers the full amount to the BIA. And 6, the BIA can then get to work delivering services and programs for members using the funds received from the BIA tax. The idea of a downtown St. Albert BIA originated in 2022. So back in March of that year, downtown businesses, commercial property owners, and the Chamber of Commerce were invited to participate in a business engagement session with Mayor Herron and members of the city administration at the St. Albert Community Hall. Topics included an overview of the downtown area redevelopment plan, opportunities and challenges for downtown, and idea generation. In November of 2022, Michelle McDonald, owner of Trist Wine and Small Plates, and Shannon Roche, owner of the Vine and Free Wellness Spa, with the assistance of economic development staff, organized a meeting for downtown businesses to resume discussions about downtown and the possible establishment of a BIA. In January of 2023, Ms. McDonald and Ms. Roche organized another meeting with downtown business owners to discuss a possible boundary and timelines for the establishment of a BIA. The formal process to establish a BIA began later that January, when Ms. McDonald and Ms. Roche formed the St. Albert Downtown Business Association Steering Committee and informed the city of their intent to seek signatures of support and submit a request to establish a BIA later in the year. In May of 2023, the steering committee submitted the request to the city to establish a BIA in downtown St. Albert. The request was accompanied by the requisite number of signatures, in this case 35 signatures, or 29% of businesses. As is legislatively required, the request also included the proposed BIA boundary, which is generally in the vicinity of Prawn Street, St. Thomas Street, St. Michael Street, and St. Joseph Street. In June of 2023, a letter was hand-delivered and emailed to all businesses within the proposed BIA boundary to inform them of the steering committee's the steering committee's request to establish a BIA in downtown St. Albert. Under the BIA regulation, businesses opposed to establishing a new BIA can submit a petition. If City Council receives a petition against the BIA, signed by persons representing more than 50% of the notified business owners within a 60-day period, a BIA cannot be established for a minimum of 2 years. If a petition against the BIA is not received, then Council may proceed with establishing the BIA. On August 8th, 2023, the 60-day petition period closed. No petition against the establishment of the BIA was received. And finally, here we are in September, the Downtown Business Improvement Bylaw is being presented to Council. The steering committee has worked with administration to develop the Downtown Business Improvement Area Bylaw, which is attached to the agenda report. Some areas of note within the bylaw include designation of the boundaries of the business improvement area, establishment of the name of the BIA Association, which is the St. Albert Downtown Business Association, the purpose of the area, which is threefold. So the first part of it being improving, beautifying, and maintaining property in the area. 2, developing, improving, and maintaining public parking. And 3, promoting the area as a business or shopping area. The BIA will be governed by a board of directors, which will be elected by members and are subject to council approval. The board will consist of no more than 9 directors. The board is required to hold an annual general meeting of all members. The board must appoint an auditor, and the board must submit to council an annual report together with an audited financial statement. So much of the stakeholder communication and engagement was summarized earlier in the presentation, as engagement with downtown business owners was essential for the steering committee in garnering support for this grassroots initiative. In addition to meeting legislative communication requirements for establishing a BIA, members of both the steering committee and city administration took the extra step of visiting businesses in person to provide additional information, discuss opportunities and challenges, and answer questions. Engagement and consultation with other municipalities and downtown business associations was also incorporated into St. Albert's approach and process. One of the learnings adopted and proposed by the steering committee is to implement a minimum and maximum tax for all members of St. Albert's BIA. In addition to being encouraged by the steering committee, this approach is expected to provide some financial efficiency for the city's assessment and taxation services branch in administering the BIA tax, as it would provide consistency for all businesses on the business tax roll. The minimum and maximum tax being proposed by the steering committee would result in a business being charged approximately $200, or I believe they just mentioned $199 each. Other municipalities have also shared insights and estimates on the time and cost associated with administering a BIA tax and supporting the ongoing work of an established BIA and Downtown Business Association. The recommended motions as shown on screen include that bylaw 21/2023, the Downtown Business Improvement Area bylaw, received 3 readings, and that $24,000 and a 0.2 FTE is added to the 2024 operating budget for the development and management of the business improvement area. In terms of financial implications of these recommendations, administering BIA taxes requires a method of assessment which differs from the conventional property assessment. It's expected that the cost of this new service, which is a legislative requirement for BIAs, will come at a cost of $24,000 per year to the city. This amount includes the cost of a 0.2 FTE in the assessment and taxation branch to administer the BIA's assessment and tax. I'd like to note that St. Albert and several other municipalities have submitted letters to the Minister of Municipal Affairs requesting amendments to the MGA BIA regulation that would help reduce the cost of this specialized assessment required for BIA taxes. Administration's hope is that such amendments will be made before or once the regulation expires in June of 2024. Other financial considerations include that the city may be asked to assist the BIA when there are instances of vacancies or business closures within the BIA, or if the BIA makes additional funding requests or applies for grants. From a revenue or cost savings perspective, the BIA may be eligible for grant funding from other levels of government that the city may not. The Municipal Government Act Business Improvement Area Regulation has several legislative requirements, which include providing municipal councils with the authority to pass BIA regulated bylaws, approve BIA boards and budgets, and that municipalities perform business assessments and collect and transfer BIA taxes. The proposed Downtown Business Improvement Area bylaw meets these requirements. If a BIA is established, administration expects the following impacts on city services. Staff dedicated to business retention and expansion are expected to see modest capacity impacts of approximately 5 to 10% in order to continue to liaise and consult with the newly formed Downtown Business Association. This comes at a cost of some of the other work they do to support St. Albert's local businesses. Any commitments beyond consultation and coordination would require additional financial and staffing resources. As noted in the financial implications section, services associated with municipal assessment and taxation will be impacted as the introduction of a BIA tax, which differs from conventional property assessment, will require the administration of a new service not currently provided by the city. When looking at organizational impacts, establishment of a BIA would require that each year council approve the BIA Association's new board of directors and annual budget, new board directors and annual budget, as well as a new BIA tax and BIA tax rate. An established BIA would create an official stakeholder organization for downtown. The BIA would be included in regular business consultation activities, but is expected to require some additional consultation and engagement specific to downtown priorities, plans, and projects. In terms of risks, while BIAs are typically beneficial for business districts, some businesses within a BIA view them as an unnecessary additional expense. In some cases, this can be a deterrent for businesses to locate or remain within a BIA district. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. I have a ton, but I'm going to start with one that Councillor Bermansky brought up earlier. The purpose of the area, you've got 3 purposes in the actual bylaw that are actually sort of different from the letter of intent that was sent to the city. And the letter of intent for everyone's purpose is on page 31. So the 5 purposes in that letter of intent was build effective partnerships with businesses, property owners, and municipal government, develop and market a positive image for the downtown, attract new businesses that support the vision of the area, beautify the area, and reinvestment and future development in the area. But on page 24 of our package, they're not all there. And the one about developing, improving, and maintaining public parking was not in their intent letter, and it's in the bylaw, and I'm confused what that means. So I'll open that up to whoever wants to answer that question.
I'll take that question
Okay.
if that's okay. So the wording for the purposes of the area in the bylaw is section 6. It starts on page 24 of the package and goes on to page 25. But it's worded that way because that's what the MGA says. So the MGA has a section that says that BIAs can only be for these 3 specific purposes.
Okay,
So we added them all into the bylaw, and then on the top of page 25, where the bylaw section 6 continues, we do say that they're going to do those purposes by building effective partnerships with businesses, attracting new businesses.
Yeah,
So-
okay.
So we have added the wording from the letter of intent into there, but it had to be worded that way because of the MGA and the way it is worded.
okay, appreciate that. I was honestly very concerned because, of course, parking comes up every time we meet with the downtown businesses. And I didn't want them sitting in front of council advocating for more parking. So, but if it's part of the MGA, then totally makes sense. Okay, so I'm opening it up. I saw Councillor Jolly's hand was up first, so I'll go to her.
Thank you. This is fantastic. Thanks for the work of everyone on this project. My only question is the assessments. So am I understanding correctly that they're not required for us to figure out how much to charge businesses, but just they're a legislative requirement? So we're spending $24,000 on kind of a red tape, if you will. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think Mr. Bannerman is here to answer that one. It's a different kind of assessment, so I'll let him explain it. Is he?
He's coming up. I see.
I apologize. Things
we
are
go.
a little bit slow here on the computer side. So business tax is different than a property tax. So certainly we'd be looking at basically assessing in a different way than we would. So years ago, we had a business tax in St. Albert, and what we do is create what's called a net annual rent value. And that would be based on the square footage of the businesses within the BIA area. Now, because of it's a different formulation and a different assessment role entirely, there's certainly some administration costs caught up with that. But with the min and max being the same, each business would essentially be paying the same amount. And I believe from the presentation is $199, but we do have to assess. I think the important question is we still have to assess those properties. Assessment is the fair and equitable distribution of the property taxes, but certainly the min max makes the process from a taxation side slightly simpler.
So sorry, just to clarify, we have to assess, not to determine what they're going to be charged, but just so that we get it and can check a box. Is that kind of
correct? Through the MGA, we're still required to assess the properties in a fair and equitable manner.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Maybe I could just jump in because it is an actual tax, right? And so it can't be off the cuff. It has to be framed in something. And so notwithstanding the ability to play with the minimum and maximums to ensure that it meets the aims of the business association, this is a tax, and therefore we need to follow the letter of the law. And in this instance, that involves the specific assessment.
All right, Councillor Killick, you're up next.
Thank you. Again, it's just how we collect the tax. And I'm thinking specifically like Edmonton has, I don't know, 25 different BIAs and different, I don't like to use the word tax. I like to use the word business levy, if you will, that still collects the money. So the process is it that we added a special line item to their tax bill? Is that how we collect the money? And is it done on an annual basis, same as we would collect their taxes? Just trying to understand. Many areas do this at various rates. So how do are we following that kind of
Yeah.
simple process, I guess?
There's a property tax bill will go to the property owner. The BIA tax levy would go to the business owner, so it's probably a completely separate.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Whatever you call it, requisition, yeah. I don't know if,
So for clarification, Mayor, you would receive if you had a multi-tenant building, say 5 different tenants in the building, each one of those tenants would receive a BIA notice. So the actual businesses in the area would receive the requisition essentially for the tax. The property owner, property tax is a separate assessment roll. So the property owner receives the one notice annually, but this would go just directly to those businesses. And part of the administration process is mailing to those businesses and tracking those businesses now. So it's a separate tax bill entirely. You'd receive a separate notice. It wouldn't be an additional line onto your property tax notice. This is a separate notice entirely.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. I couldn't figure out the mechanics of how it works, Steve, so I appreciate that.
all right, Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. Don't go anywhere, Steve. So, so is it actually kind of costing us more in red tape because we're doing a flat rate and we have to calculate everything per square footage? Would it have been less expensive if we had said it's 10 cents a square foot type of thing and then done it differently and then had it, because you have to calculate, basically every single business has their own mill rate for this particular tax. So would it have been easier if we did one mill rate and then just did by square footage? Would it cost us less?
When we're talking about tax rates, we'd certainly be looking at a single rate, because basically what the function is right now, you have 124 businesses. The board members would come up with your entire budget and you divide it by those 124 businesses. It's quite simple right now. Of course, assessments would further distribute that. And if they change the min max later on, certainly you'd have a different you'd be receiving a different tax amount based on your square footage. But for right now, what the board of directors is proposing, we just simply have the one tax rate.
I guess I'm looking at it from a city perspective though, like for the 24,000 on our end, would it have been less expensive if we had done a different way of, if they had done a different min max, perhaps that was based on square footage and not just on a flat? Or is it does not make any difference at all?
It makes little difference. The most efficient way would be tying this to property taxes. But we have the city of St. Albert in August of 2022 signed. We basically we're advocating with the province to change the BIA regulation because right now we're only allowed to do this through business tax.
What do we think the odds are that we'll be successful? I know we're just spitting into the wind right now, but advocacy can be a 100-year game if there's no guarantee that it will actually be better. Has there been any indication from the province that they are looking at changing things?
Certainly the cities of Edmonton and the city of Calgary have also put forward recommendations that when the regulation expires, which is in 2024, I believe it's the summer of 2024, I'd have to check the exact date, but the province is certainly looking into tying any potential BIAs to property taxation. And certainly from an administrative perspective, it's an easier and far less costly process if you were to tie it to property taxation.
Okay, so when you're looking at this thing, we need to point to FTE. To administer 120, 200 times once a month. Are we going to be able to use that person for something else in the taxation department? Because it just seems that that's a pretty light load.
What we'd be looking for that is the administration it's the actual costs of following those businesses right now. So that's the primary. They'll also be creating that assessment role as well, but we will be doing that. We will be reprioritizing some work within the assessment department. So that entire 24,000 is the entire number, but what we're looking for is a 0.2 taxation person to basically focus on the BIAs.
So we're not hiring another person, are we though? Because we're just, I guess, so I'm going to look, I don't know who to answer this then. If we're not hiring another person, but we're increasing the budget, how does that work?
I will let Stephen speak, but I believe what we're doing is we're proposing essentially taking a 0.8 and turning it into a full-time with that
I
extra
see.
budget, then will allow that work to be done under the
see.
existing construct.
Okay, well, no, that's so good. That makes sense to me. So the other question I had at that I asked the ladies that came. So if someone either leaves or doesn't want to pay, so let's just say I close my business or I move and I'm no longer in the downtown core. And because it's actually billed to the business, and there's nobody there that replaces me for X number of months or years. Who pays that amount that's missing?
The important part to remember here, it's not like property taxes. It's not tied to your property. So the assessment tax departments don't necessarily lose. They don't lose in the fact that it's tied to the property, goes into arrears, could eventually go to property tax sales, and we recover our taxes at that time. With a business tax, it's different. It's the actual businesses within there. So I'm going to refer you to, and Marta's given me a section of the MGA right now, and taxes due to the municipality, section 348, are an amount owing to the municipality. They're recoverable debt due to the municipality, and they take priority over claims over every other person. They're special lien on land and improvements, and the difficulty here is a business the lights may go off in the middle of the night, and the provision that losses that are in our report suggest that there are some businesses that will just, the blinds will go down on the business and overnight it will be gone. And there is nothing that you can do to recover that from the municipality's perspective. But there are certainly amounts owing that we can look at through goods or other provisions. And I can take it as a request what other BIAs do when they've received those losses, but I know there is a provision of loss for BIAs that doesn't exist in property tax.
So with the provision of loss, would it be expected the city makes up the difference, or they're just going to have less revenue for that year? Do you know?
You could allocate it in your budget, or the city could cover that loss.
I guess I'm asking, is that what's being expected if we approve this today? I'm not asking if I want to do it. I don't want to do it. Do we know what we're agreeing to today on that area?
I think the best recommendation would be to check in with the city of Red Deer and the city of Lethbridge, city of Calgary, and city of Edmonton, and understand what their policy. And I don't have clarification on that yet. I've sent a couple of emails when I first had your question earlier in the presentation. I haven't received any responses back, so I think we should just do that as a information request and determine what if the municipality indeed recovers or if they budget in a certain loss provision.
And I can ask Marta perhaps to slide in, but I think in terms of your approvals today, it would be a discussion. Ultimately, this council would determine whether they wanted to make up the shortfall. In this case, if a business closed $199, or in fact, if the board of directors says, you know what, we can do without it and we'll just be fine in terms of our budgeting. I do not believe that the bylaw under current stand forces us one way or the other, but I would defer to Marta.
No, and so this is just the first step to establish the BIA. But if it does get established, then that will have to come back with a BIA tax and a tax rate bylaw. And at that time, I'm sure we'll have contacted people to figure out how we do this. So we can come back. There's time to get the answer for that, but nothing in the bylaw that's presented today to establish the BIA will hinder any of those efforts.
So just as a follow-up to that, Marta, so let's just say that the board decides in 2 years that they want to double it to $400 a year. Just, and then a bunch of the people who businesses are opposed to this. If council is approving their budget, then could they actually come to council and say, we'd like you to come back with a different number, say 300, and then we could just arbitrarily but yes, that's what we could do.
Correct. The board budget is discretion, like it's council's discretion. It's up to council approval, and same with the board of directors. It's all pursuant to council approval. So ultimately, the decision does lie with council, even though the board may have met and they may have all voted. If council disagrees with the recommendation of the board, they may still do so.
Okay. And one last question. So let's just say for whatever reason that they enough people want to dissolve it, whatever, 5 or 10 years from now. What is the process to have that reconsidered or to have it dissolved? Do we know? Because I don't see it. And if I'm missing it, please forgive me, but I don't see I know how to get into this. I'm just not quite sure how to get out.
So there's a special provision in the BIA regulation that talks about how to disestablish a BIA. And it's essentially a petition. If there's a petition presented of the BIA business owners, then it gets presented to council and the bylaw is repealed and the BIA is disestablished.
So council ultimately, like, so let's say they had the petition of 50%. I'm guessing it's 50. I don't know.
2025.
2020.
Threshold.
25%.
Same threshold. Interesting. Okay, so they come forward, let's say they have 30%, they come to council, then ultimately it's council's decision, but council could still say, thanks for the petition, but we're keeping it going. Is that also up to council's purview?
That's correct.
Righty, thank you.
Councilor Romansky.
Thank you again through the mayor for administration. The question I have again is, as bringing back, I mentioned earlier, who would be doing the auditing, the yearly audit?
So I can explain what the BIA regulation says, and it simply says that the BIA must appoint an auditor. It doesn't say whether it's an internal auditor or an external auditor, but it must be an auditor who presents audited financial statements to the board and to council once every year. So that is the boundaries of the regulations and they have to be abided by. But it is up to the board's discretion who their auditor is. They will appoint the auditor.
Okay, thank you. And could you tell me where in the document it says 20% to dissolve? Because I've read 50 everywhere. So I just want to see if that's been changed or corrected.
Sorry, I meant to say 25%. It's 25% to disestablish. It's in the BIA regulation.
Okay.
It wasn't attached to the agenda report, but I can certainly send it to you if you like. It's section 24.
So the 50% is only before it's established then?
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Councilor Killick.
I'm, don't have any questions. But there's no request. to
Okay,
motion.
I'll go to you when
I'd-
it's time,
I'd
for
be
sure.
Pleased to bring this forward.
So when I was reading the report, again, this is one of the better reports I've ever read. It was fantastic. It said, assessment of the business, fair market value, and I wrote down how, but what happens if the space is empty? It says later on in the report that empty spaces are not taxed. Is that in the MGA or is there an ability to then go and tax or levy the property owner?
So maybe I'll just begin answering and then throw it to Mr. Bannerman. It's essentially the difference is that the tax is not attached to the property, it's attached to the business. So if there's not a business there, then there's nothing to tax.
Okay, so you can't use the property owner as a fallback, just to kind of make up the difference. Okay, that's fine. So at one of the downtown meetings, they put up the map and there was a few business owners at the meeting that wanted to be included. I see that they're not today, but the potential for future expansion of the area, is that, I know Councillor Broad had asked about how people could get involved, but I think it's actually is it just an amendment to the bylaw or do we need to then, let's say we wanted to take the entire building where the Cajun House is? Do they have to get the same threshold of signatures?
No, so once the BIA is established, there is a process outlined in the regulation about how to change the boundary of a BIA. So it is an amendment to the bylaw. There are some separate or additional steps that we would have to take that we don't always have to take for an amending bylaw. For example, the board would have to consent to the change in boundaries and the people who are taxpayers in the area would have to be presented with the opportunity to come to council to speak about it.
Okay.
But essentially, once those requirements are met, then it is an amending bylaw that would need to be given 3 readings and passed.
Awesome, that seems simple, that's good. And so I'm assuming the BIA tax bylaw and tax rate bylaw will come around the same time as like our budget period.
Again, I think maybe Mr. Bannerman might be better to answer
Okay.
that. I know according to the MJ, it has to be before May 1 for it to be applicable that year. And also it has to happen after a board and budget are approved. So the board would have to be established and they would have to meet. So sometime in between now and May 1st.
Okay, so we're gonna get a budget. If we approve this today, we're gonna get a budget between now and May 1st from the BIA.
I think that is the goal, yes.
Okay, that's good. The reason I'm asking is it said here, some municipalities have provided BIs with additional funding to help mitigate unexpected economic hardships, and some have provided funding to support the successful establishment of a new BIA. So if I wanted to propose that, I would do that probably when their budget came. I'm just trying to, I don't want to do it today.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, for mayor, you
Yeah.
could do it at any time, obviously through a motion. I
Yeah.
think, intuitively, when the budget's presented, we have a better idea of the financial situation and the appetite for the board.
Okay, would you need it before our budget session, have it in the budget? That motion?
It probably ideal to have it all wrapped up in terms of our
Okay.
2024 outlook. Yes, your worship. But depending on the source, obviously would have.
Perfect, okay. Oh, Councilor Bermansky, I'll go back to you.
Thank you through the mayor for administration again. Just one more question. Say a business leaves the area and they have, they're indebted for, say, a few months or whatever. Is anyone going to follow them, like chase them for those funds to wherever they move their business to? Or will it just be like decided at that point, they've left us and that's it kind of thing? Or
Yeah, perhaps I'll ask Mr. Bannerman to speak a little bit about, collection and arrears if that's the case.
Through you, Madam Mayor, collection is the difficulty with a business improvement area. There are some losses associated with these. It's really the dependent is the business, if the business still exists. So if it hasn't become unincorporated and again, we were talking about leaving the city of St. Albert, we can certainly send collections after them. Or we could certainly look at any goods that were left within the business. But there is a risk there that any BIA that a business would leave and we would be unable to collect.
thank you.
All right, I'm just going to see if I have any, can a BIA, they can't borrow money, it says in the bylaw, but can they fundraise?
I'm not aware of any restrictions about fundraising. So yes, I believe they can.
Okay. Awesome. I think that was, oh, this is a question for you, Mr. Erickson, if you're still there. Yeah, you are. Thank you for all the alternatives, although I'm supportive of what's proposed and recommended. But one of the alternatives was council could direct administration to develop a city-led action plan for downtown vibrancy, advocacy, promotion, and stakeholder consultation without BIA. Is that something you could do with the BIA?
Yes, your worship, it could be done without the BIA, it's just providing an alternative that if we didn't have an organized group of businesses championing this, what we do.
It was an idea that, downtown is one of our strategic priorities. And I thought the idea of vibrancy, advocacy, promotion, stakeholder coordination, along with the BIA might be really positive for our downtown, something to explore in the future, and would probably cost money and a budget and a motion, but I'll leave it there for now. I see no more questions. Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly, you're good? Okay. Going to you, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pleased to make the recommended motions that bylaw 21/2023 be read a first time.
Right, I'll accept that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we've had very good discussion and lots of history of BIAs being successful in and around the region. And lots of good discussion led by businesses within the downtown area. The fact that it's led by businesses for businesses speaks highly of my belief that this will be successful. And when we look at collecting this $199 a year of our min max, it's 55 cents a day. So I think that most businesses not only can afford that, but when they start to see the benefit of that and the good work that's being proposed, both by in the BIA committee's work, some of the things that they've proposed, as well as our economic development have proposed. I think we're setting ourselves up for the first steps, kind of maybe the baby steps, getting our feet under the BIA to really be successful, and potentially could grow by bringing more businesses into it at a later date. So I think this is a very good, affordable, manageable first step of setting this up. The other comment I would make is we know that historically doing the same old has not going to achieve different results. We have to try something new. And BIA for St. Albert is new, but it's been very successful in and around the region. So I'm really looking forward to moving forward on this.
Councilor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have comments, not any questions.
Yeah, we're in debate. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, I just want to mention, this was a kind of a tough decision for me because you know, I've got the negatives versus the positives here. And, you know, the funniest part about government is it always costs more to do the process than it does to do the actual, you know, business development. And so that's kind of the downside, all this, you know, extra layer of government and process and all that comes along with it. But on the, you know, the opposing side of that, you need a BIA to get grants. So, I mean, I see the positive and that's there. The other thing is the favoritism of, you know, like supporting specific businesses in the city and not supporting all businesses in the city is, you know, something that we really, really need to be cautious of. But again, if this is successful, then perhaps we'll have many areas in the city that are doing the same. And at the end of the day, we all want a beautiful and successful downtown, and we want many areas like that in the city. So although the, you know, I guess less help with other businesses that might be the initial detriment in the beginning, those businesses will gain help later on down the road if this is successful. And so I think we have to try it reluctantly at the cost of the government, you know, requirements. But you know, I think that businesses can be really, really productive, and I'm anxious to see what they can do. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not reluctant at all. I'm 1,000, 2,000% behind this. I have been from day one. So again, I know you've been congratulated, Michelle, but I really want to say thank you for bringing this forward, because you do know the realities of trying to operate a business in our downtown area. And you know better than anybody in administration or government as to what potentially would work for you. So congratulations. I mean, if we can accomplish more in the area by working together or having businesses work together, fantastic. If the businesses that are participating in the BIA speak with one unified voice, can you imagine that avoids all of the other duplications around trying to deal with economic development or planning or all the other different areas. So, I mean, speaking in a unified voice actually saves costs, saves time, very, very efficient. You know, we talk about the downtown vibrancy in our strategic plan, and this potentially builds and engages our community pride and interest in downtown, and it builds on everything we try and do about shopping local. So I just see this as an opportunity where the BIA basically can do it much more effectively and efficiently than the government. And so I'm 100% behind it, or 1,000% behind it, as I already said.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm not going to be as enthusiastic as you are, Ken, but like the concerns of the 24,000 for the costs, it's clear that it's a problem because of the provincial government regulations. So unfortunately, that's just going to be what we have to do to jump through those hoops. And I'm hoping that the provincial government hears us when we say that this is, they're creating more problems than they're solving when they start putting a type of red tape to that degree where it's going to cost us $24,000 to administer something, regardless of whatever the revenue is they're bringing in. So I'm hoping that that actually does change and we can reduce those costs. My concern was also just at the 29% of signatures. I would have loved to have seen a much higher number. I realize it's hard to get a hold of business owners, but at the same time, 29% is still very low of people that you did sign off on it. But at the same time, we didn't have anybody write in or contact us to explicitly say they didn't want to be part of it. So with government, we often take silence as consent. And so in spite of the fact that we didn't have anybody, we didn't have 71% of people did not say they wanted to be part of it, or 69%. But I'm trying to think here, is it 71 or 69? Anyway, 71. In spite of that, we also didn't have anybody who actually came and told us in any other way, shape, or form they wanted this to end. And the other consolation I have is that in the event that the majority chooses not to pursue this at any one time, the ability to dissolve it is not as onerous as it is to actually stop it from being formed. So if they want to find 25% of the people to sign against it, then it can be brought forward for revision for reconsideration. And if it's working great, then we don't have to worry about it. It does also, because of that, create more accountability for the organization to produce results, because it could dissolve if it doesn't produce results. So with that, I'm going to just give it our best shot and hope the province actually recognizes how they can reduce our admin costs to allow this to occur. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, you're good? Okay. Minister of Red Tape Reduction is in St. Albert, so we have a direct access to him to talk about that, and maybe a future resolution Alberta municipalities would help as well. I'm not going to add too much to some of the comments because I am 100% supportive of this. It was something we heard during the campaign. Downtown was, it is a treasure in our community. It's kind of the heart and soul. It's the history. It's everything. And I just want it to thrive, and I want it to be successful, and I want restaurants and shops to be open past 5, and I want street performers, and I want it all. So I'm super excited. I said it earlier to both Shannon and Michelle, and I'll thank them again. This could not have happened without the grassroots effort. And that's why that you said, Councillor Killick, is probably most likely going to be successful, is because it is grassroots. They are the driving force and the decision makers and what they want to see in the downtown. And it was mentioned earlier that there's been other attempts in the past, but it would always be like the same old businesses that were doing all the work and investing all their time and probably all their own money as well. And now everyone in the downtown will have some sort of skin in the game. So that's why I think this is going to be successful. So 100% supportive. What did you say, Councillor Mackay? 1,000%? Something like that? Okay. I will be voting in support of first reading. I'll send it back to you, Councillor Killick, to close if you have anything.
I'll just say that maybe we should be using that term 199%.
Okay.
Supportive. And again, just businesses leading businesses, they know best. And I'm a firm believer that this will be successful and will give something new a try. And as a strategic priority, this is the first step.
Mm-hmm. Call for the vote. Voting is closed, and that carries unanimously. Second reading, Councillor Killick.
That bylaw 21/2023 be read a second time.
Awesome. All right. Anything further on that?
Nothing further to add from first reading.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed and that is unanimous. Councillor Mackay, can I get you the unanimous consent?
Yeah, is there something wrong with our system that's not letting us request more? Okay, thanks. All right. Sorry to go over old. That unanimous consent be given for the consideration of third reading of bylaw 21/2023.
Awesome. Call for that vote. Voting's closed. And that is unanimous. Councillor Killick, we have permission to go to third reading.
That bylaw 21/2023 be read a third time.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. That carries unanimously. And Councillor Killick, do you want to do the fifth one as well?
Yep.
Okay.
That $24,000 is added to the 2024 operating budget for the development and management of a business improvement area.
Awesome. Anything on that?
Mayor Herron, if I could interrupt, I apologize.
That's okay.
There's an amendment to it that administration, because we're going to be using this as a postpone motion as it affects the 2024 budget. So Grace will put up the new motion up on the screen and then you'll see it, but we're going to do it like we do similar to when we're outside the budget process.
Okay.
Yep. So I'll just revise that then, that 24,000 and a 0.2 FTE is added to the 2024 operating budget for the development and management of a business improvement area.
All right. Anything on that motion?
There was some debate around, using $24,000 of administration time within tax department to essentially collect 24,000. And that seemed like a little bit of a weird way to look at things, but imagine if we have simply just said, we're going to collect $500 instead of $199. Then the math would have looked totally different. So really 24,000 and a 0.2 of an FTE is a small investment into one of council's most highly discussed and committed strategic priority. So from an investment and moving this forward, it seems totally appropriate to have it for budget discussions on a go forward basis.
All right. Anyone else on that last motion? I'll echo that I feel like 24,000 is really a good deal that we're getting out of this. And that is why I was and I probably will, counsel, just to give you a warning. I'll wait till this is established and their board is established and maybe talk to the board, but maybe supplementing them for the first year or two just to really kick it off. So that motion will probably come during budget process. Anything to close?
This is a great first step, and appreciate all the input from both administration to facilitate a lot of the meetings, and in particular, a lot of the work done by our two businesses, Tristan Divine and Free Spa. So great to see this being brought forward. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. All right. BIA established. Congratulations, Michelle. Thank you for sticking around. Next on our agenda was 8.1, which is the community amenities final concept plan. Councillor Killick pulled it off for voting purposes. So I don't think we have a presentation. That's why it was pulled.
We do not have a presentation. We do have Amanda Wild online if there are any questions.
Okay. Councillor Mackay, is that a question or a motion? Okay, go ahead.
That council approve the community amenities final site design report and site plan attached to the agenda report retitled Community Amenities Final Concept Plan dated September 19th, 2023.
Thank you for that. I will call for the vote. Vote is closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Killick opposed. All right. 8.2 was the convention briefing. So is Monty with us somewhere? Oh, Trevor's there and Monty.
We have, we have Trevor Dooley, our Senior Manager of Government and Indigenous Relations and Environment. I think I got that right. And obviously, Mr. Monty Kilo, who is working that government relations portfolio.
Just keep loading titles onto Trevor's business card. So I don't know, I've got Monty down as presenting, but I don't know if you're going to do a few introductory comments, Trevor, or just straight over to Monty.
Yeah, just brief Mayor Herron and council. And so Mr. Kilo is going to run point on this presentation. And so he's developed a briefing note with different subject matter experts across the organization to provide our best administrative recommendation to council to consider at next week's upcoming Alberta Municipalities Convention, which of course is always a good opportunity to set the direction for advocacy priorities for Alberta's urban municipalities. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Kilo. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Monty Kello, Government Relations Advisor, and for you today is administration's analysis and recommendations on the 2023 Alberta Municipalities resolutions to inform and support Council when they attend the resolution session at the convention next week. So this year, there are 25 resolutions that will be voted on by Alberta municipality members during the resolution section. These are provided as attachment 2 to the report. It's titled 2023 Alberta Municipalities Resolutions Book. So the resolutions are segmented into the following 3 categories. Issues related to Alberta municipalities' strategic initiatives. This is category B. Other issues of potential interest to Alberta municipalities, category C, and emergent resolutions, category E. So attachment 1 of the report provides a brief analysis of each resolution, as well as administration's recommendation on supporting the resolution. At the May 16, 2023 City Council meeting, Council passed motions to endorse one such resolution entitled Provincial Lending Rates to Municipalities, and to appoint Councillor Broadhead as the city's resolution champion for this resolution. Councillor Broadhead will be granted an opportunity to speak to the resolution for a maximum of 2 minutes when it is brought to the floor at next week's resolution session. At the same council meeting, council also approved motions to second the City of Edmonton's resolution entitled Provincial Support for Downtowns, Business Districts, and Main Streets, for which Councillor Mackay was appointed the resolution champion, and for the City of Airdrie's resolution entitled Review of Vehicle Collision Reporting Damage Threshold, for which Mayor Herron was appointed resolution champion. So for these seconding resolutions, there's no requirement to speak as a seconding municipality during the resolutions session. So during the session, the resolutions will be considered in the order in which they appear in that attachment, the 2023 Alberta Municipalities Resolutions Book. The resolutions that receive a simple majority of votes cast in favor, just 50% plus 1, will be adopted, and Alberta municipalities will advocate to the relevant provincial and or federal ministry on these resolutions that are adopted. So this concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, open up questions, but before I do, there is another resolution coming. We approved it on Friday. So I can say it publicly. We're all getting an email, but the resolution is Therefore, be it resolved that Alberta municipalities advocate for the government of Alberta to restore the municipal infrastructure funding to an adequate level by setting the new local government fiscal framework capital funding program at a starting amount of 1.75 billion when the program begins in 2024. So that number, I can provide background, or that has been justified through what MSI was at, and then inflation and cost of living increases, et cetera. So if that passes, that'll give us actually the ability as an association to advocate for that number. So obviously I'm supportive of that one as well, because we need that money to build. Okay, I'll open up for questions. Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly. Sorry, there was one about City of Grand Prairie put one forward to advocate for the government of Alberta to compensate municipalities to operate a fire service with employees or volunteers who qualify as medical first responders. And then in the analysis, it says the resolution notes that in certain areas, municipalities operate a fire service with employees who have completed medical first response programs, but are not certified paramedics. In St. Albert, they are certified paramedics. So would we then qualify to get that medical first response supplement if this passes? Or would this exclude us?
I might defer to Trevor, perhaps our Director of Fire Services on that question.
Oh.
I think Mayor Herron, our interpretation was that yes, we would qualify, but that might be a good question to pose to the mover as well.
Okay, sounds good. And then the city of Airdrie has one about growing municipalities. Councilor McKay's laughing. Quite honestly, I don't understand it, and I've talked to the mayor of Airdrie to try to clarify this, but I'll probably go up during the debate and ask the city of Airdrie what threshold or what metric would be used to measure a growing community compared to a community that's not growing. Because quite honestly, I'd like to be part of this, but I think our growth rate would not qualify us. I mean, we're nowhere near Airdrie or Cochrane or Beaumont or some of the bigger ones. So just so you know, I'll probably ask that question because it kind of makes no sense. I think
Madam Mayor, I do have a question.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Broadhead, then I'll go to you, Councillor Killick.
Okay, just a question about the motion that you approved at the AM meeting the other day. Are you going to be the spokesperson, the champion for that one, or how does that play out?
The one I just read to you?
No, the one that you read that is coming via email to us.
Yeah, as president of the association, this is coming from the board. I will speak to it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Killick, go ahead.
That was my question as to who was sponsoring it. So thank you.
It's the board that's sponsoring it? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
And totally an aside, this might be you for Mr. Fletcher. There is a motion about changes to the Clean Energy Improvement Program. St. Albert considering allowing the non-res sector to be eligible to apply like other municipalities have done? And if not, do you need to require council motion for that?
I think oddly enough, I'll throw that over at our Director of Environment, Trevor Dooley. I expect he'll give you the same answer I will, which I think we're going to have to look into that and get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we were looking to administer the program as it stands today and sort of reevaluate it, but I can get a more formal response pulled together.
Okay, thank you. And as FYI, we had Energy Works at our house today because I'm trying to go through the process just to see what it's like. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be, but I'll let you know. All right, I think that's all I had. Oh, go ahead, Councillor McKay.
So I appreciated the backgrounder in relation to e-scooters because it's something that's coming out of City of Calgary, probably because of previous mayor's visits.
But they are like looking at modernizing the Traffic Safety Act to actually legalize scooters, which would be nice as that horse is.
It is a
so
little
far-
confusing.
That horse is so far out of the barn that is crazy. So
Okay,
I may even actually, if there's any discussion, I may jump up on that one.
okay. And I'm very excited and I can't understand why this hasn't come before with Okatok's motion on capital budget disclosures negatively impacting procurement processes. I think that's a fantastic motion. I think if that one passes, that would be amazing for all municipalities across Alberta. And the golf carts. Yes, I asked if the opening ceremonies, when they have the procession, that the board come in golf carts, but I was told no. I'm not allowed on a scooter. All right, do I need a motion for this? It's just received for information, is it not? Anyone want to make it? Okay, go ahead.
Where is it? That the agenda report entitled 2023 Alberta Municipalities Convention Briefing be received as information.
Anything further on that?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting is now closed and that I'm going to guess this is unanimous. Yes. All right, it's 3:00. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Stop drinking. And then we'll come back to yeah, just we're at council updates and then one council motion. Okay. Oh, the clock is wrong. It's 3:09, so I'll wait for 1 minute. No, teasing. Wes and Natalie are waiting. They're ready, so we can get back to this. So we approved second and third reading for bylaw 14, which is the St. Albert Trail boring bylaw. That was on consent. We have no emergent items, so we are on to number 11 of our agenda, which is external agencies updates. I will turn it over to, why don't we go on the screen first? Wes, you could probably give us an update of where you are. Oh, we see the roof of his hotel room.
If for the lighting, I can't see the cursor in order to unmute, but anyway, got that done. So I'm currently in Ottawa and I'm attending a symposium and an advocacy day with the Canadian Urban Transit. So we actually had a symposium this morning on housing and public transit's support of housing within communities, and a presentation on transit security. And I just missed Minister Fraser and his presentation on housing. I'm not sure he would have said much, but in any case, had a fascinating presentation this morning from a professor from Western University in London, Ontario, and he talked about the housing shortage not only in the major communities across Canada, but in all communities, and the increase in prices that the housing shortage has inflicted on Canadians in general. The numbers in Ontario are astounding, quite honestly. And he didn't have numbers specific to Alberta, but when he contrasted the Canadian numbers, they weren't that far off. So if Canada is growing by 1 million people more than they expected to in the policy framework within which we're currently working, it's no wonder we're short of houses. And he went on to say that the housing shortage is not going to be rectified just by building houses in the 5 largest municipalities. It has to be a nationwide effort to build houses. So fascinating, and hopefully we can use some of his research to put pressure on the government to start rolling out the money that has been promised for so long in support of housing. So anyway, that's where I am.
All right, any other updates that you have?
Oh, they had the Edmonton Metro Region Board governance, the Audit and Finance Committee. Yeah. And then I was privileged to represent you, Madam Mayor, on Friday morning at the board meeting. So, but the Audit and Finance, we're wrestling with the budgets. 23, 24 look good, but 25 there is a perceived budget deficit. And so the board will be wrestling with how to address that vis-a-vis, any increase to municipal requisitions in the off chance that our advocacy efforts with the province don't bear fruit. Now, quite honestly, we've got good vibes coming from Minister McIver in that respect, but good vibes don't lead to checks. So we'll see how it goes.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So Youth Advisory Committee met last week, and mostly it was just regular updates. So they shared some information about volunteer opportunities and different opportunities for youth in the community. They were introduced to Council's direction to lead that kind of push for kind of creating or sharing opportunities about volunteerism in St. Albert. And then I meet with the Seniors Advisory Committee tomorrow, and Homeland Housing meeting is later this week as well. So that's all I have to report.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Killick, how about you?
Well, nothing major since the last big update on August 29th, but would again just reiterate that I did attend and was very happy to represent the city of St. Albert on September 13th at the Habitat build in Edmonton, building a duplex for two new families with kids. So that was great to participate in that and represent the city. Big week coming up, and Edmonton Salutes meeting on the 22nd, CSAC on the 26th, NSWA on the 27th, and EAC on the 28th.
Perfect. Councillor Mackay, you're up next.
Great. I'll start with my Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission meeting. And as of September 25th, we actually went through a whole renaming, rebranding, and the board voted to move towards a new name for the commission. We are now going to be known as Aero Utilities. And the name arrives from a search, but it was actually was an internal suggestion for the name change. And really it identifies a real modernization or rebranding for the commission, particularly as we start to move into water reuse. And as many of you know, we are the commission is supplying water reuse to the Air Products net zero hydrogen facility that's being built currently. One of the other ways, it just allows us to market ourselves a little differently. And it's a very exciting time in relation to that. And one of the reasons why the reason I was late today was I was actually meeting Minister Dreesen in relation to seeking provincial support around some finances in relation to capital improvements that we're having to undergo at the plant. We are also engaging with the federal government, and then we're prepared to go in 1/3 as ourselves. And really it just basically speaks to the support around the whole circular economy of water use now, and the importance that we're seeing around the whole issue of water in not only our province or our area of the province, all areas of the province are feeling impacts, and certainly the country is too. So that's kind of big news for us. It means not too much other than potentially we can look at some other revenue opportunities where we're not a utility itself, although we call ourselves utilities. We're still a commission under the MGA, and really we can't ever have a dividend, but what we will be able to do is stabilize our rates to all of our member municipalities. So that's really important and important to move forward. I guess we had our police committee meeting last Tuesday. We had a regular update from our officer in charge. Really the only big issue coming out is that we're still really undergoing some staffing constraints in relation to our members out on the street. But I mean, it's so far right now, it's being mitigated by overtime shifts. And matter of fact, we even have members coming from as far away as Lloydminster to work here. And of course, the issue there is that the RCMP have to pay their travel costs, and they also have to pay their hotel costs if they use a hotel. So right now, I mean, it's quite a challenge for them as they're dealing with it. And I didn't get a chance to actually witness Deputy Mayor Killick's speech to the Victim Services Unit, but it's celebrating Victim Services Unit. And I appreciate Councillor Killick and Councillor Mansky and Councillor Broadhead for being in attendance, because it's very important to the board members around that they see support from us. And I don't really have any of the other committee meetings attending. We have some of the MRSP, which is the Metropolitan Regional Servicing Plan that I sit on for the MRB. It's meeting not until next month, I believe. So I don't think I have anything else.
Perfect.
Unless I forgot something. Oh, and the internal audit committee scheduled meeting is in October somewhere. Okay.
Councillor Hughes.
All my meetings are happening next week or the week after as well. So you already told me audit committee meetings. So I don't know how more exciting it could get. Did they call it arrow because they want the sewage to go into a specific direction? Is that what the thought process?
If you have half an hour, I can show you the slide presentation, but really it's around, it's an extension of an acronym, Alberta Regional Reuse and Wastewater.
Okay.
It builds on a acronym of that.
I just thought like sewage goes this way. Like that's key with arrows.
Well, it would be when you're dealing with wastewater.
Yeah. And I just want to quickly acknowledge to the staff who helped us with the council barbecue in the past week or so. We were there, but they did so much work behind the scenes. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank them for everything they did. That was it. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Hughes. I brought them each a little potted plant on Monday to thank them for their work. Councillor Bermansky.
Way down here by myself. Okay, so we had a special meeting yesterday with the community services arts. We're trying to do a little bit of a streamlining on the efficiencies and policy and bylaw within the Arts Advisory Committee. So we're hoping that, and it's looking positive, that things will kind of run a little bit smoother and be more organized in the new process, and legal is helping us with that next week at our meeting. So I have environmental arts and CSAC coming up for the new September new year, and that's coming up next week. And I did want to, again, commend Victim Services for 30 years and all the volunteers that were there. I went to that event as well. And there were many other speeches besides Councillor Killick's. And it was a really, really good event and lots of volunteerism in the group. And again, thanking administration and our support staff for council in the park and speaking. It was really, really nice getting out there and speaking to all the members in the community, or many members in the community. But not only that, we got to see that so many people at that market were from Morinville, Edmonton, from all over the region. So I mean, it showed us what a draw, of tourism that is as well. And we get outside opinions and local opinions, and it was informative to us. So thank you again for that. And that's all I have.
Awesome. Okay. We are on to your motion, Councillor Killick, on election sign.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry, did I miss something?
No, I just remembered a couple in that we were recognizing the great work that our admin support provided to council in the park. I thought it would be appropriate to also just take a moment to recognize the Rec and Parks team and Public Works team for the great work they did supporting our community recognition event on September the 7th.
Nice. Yeah.
It is so nice that we have support of those teams, because it allows council to focus on, meeting with the residents and talking and not worrying about any of the other setup. The other one that was just came to our attention in council today was the great support that our emergency services did supporting the evacuees from the Northwest Territories. We all received a memo on that, but somehow a memo doesn't quite cut it when we look at the great work that emergency management did to support many of those people, and specifically Mark Pickford and Everett. I think Everett's in the back room maybe, and Diane Morty's team. 36 days of support, and it's super gratifying that we're able to support those residents and now see them finally fully transition back to their homes in the Northwest Territories. So again, just wanted to do a bit of a shout out to the great work that team did as well.
Thank you. I'd actually emailed Mr. Fletcher about a conversation, how we could do something without, and the thanks will go back to Christina and Melissa tomorrow when you see the setup for State of the City. They've been working like nuts on that one. So yeah, our staff are fantastic. Councillor Hughes wanted to add
I had
something?
one more thing, and Mayor, I don't think anyone's acknowledged the amount of work you put into the AM in the past 2 years.
Alberta municipalities?
Yes, so it was a significant impact to your life to balance both roles, and I just want to acknowledge that because you're leaving the role in just a week from now, and you
countdown 10
right,
Yes.
and it has been a significant impact to you to have to try to balance that, and it really was 2 full-time jobs for you to really
Yes,
get through it.
thank you,
So
Councillor Hughes.
I just wanted to acknowledge that you're leaving and the work that you put into this, because you were definitely dedicated to that role as well.
Yeah, I was like, I'm giving you a hint on my speech tomorrow, but I'm thanking you guys for your support. So, all right. Now we're on to you, Councillor Killick. I'll get you to read your motion in. You had some adjustments from what originally was proposed. So read it in as you would like. And then before I accept it, we can go for questions.
Okay, that administration bring to standing committee of the whole in 2024 proposed amendments to existing bylaws that regulate election signage informed by both applicable jurisprudence and best practices in other municipalities regarding size, placement, and spacing of election signs with the intent of achieving greater public safety and reduced environmental impact, including 1, a mandatory spacing between signs on roadways that support the same candidate or the same side of a referendum question, and 2, clearly specified distances from the curb or placement of signs.
All right, I will open it up to any member of council who has a question. I can't see. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Just a clarification of administration, probably. If we were to approve this, well, this is just going to committee of the whole right now, but the implications of it, would this impact other levels of governance, like federal elections, municipal elections, also Métis elections, things like that? Would they be bound by these rules?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to take a stab at it, and then we do have Mr. LaFleur on the line in case he wants to add more detail. The short answer is that it will apply to election signs, which are federal, provincial, and municipal school board elections. No other elections are bound by these rules.
So it would impact federal and provincial.
Correct. We already in our bylaws talk about signs, and federal elections are already part of that. So yes, it would affect them once the changes are in place.
Both the placements and the sign themselves, like the sign sizes and the like.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, so I just want to challenge this just so I have it clear, because at the provincial election that just passed, my understanding was that the provincial was not, our sign bylaw is not applicable to provincial. And candidates could put signs on roads that are not allowed otherwise, like for example, Ray Gibbon Drive, for example, and that sort of thing. And when it was asked, the bylaw said the provincial overrules ours when it comes to provincial elections. So my concern is that this is just applying to municipal elections by de facto.
And school boards.
So I will begin, and then I'll let Mr. LaFleur fill in a little bit. Our bylaws currently do distinguish between municipal signs and other signs, which is not really an appropriate approach. So it is one change that administration would whether this motion passes today or not, which is to align municipal signs and provincial signs and federal signs together. We only can regulate under the land use bylaw, certain where they can go and what they can be, and the traffic bylaw, again, where they can go and what they can be. So I'll let Mr. LaFleur add any more details if he feels that I missed anything. Sorry, David, you're muted. We can't hear you, David, but I think you're saying you have nothing to add.
I wonder why we can't, it's not muted. You can type it into the chat, maybe, David.
Not sure if that answered your question, Councillor Hughes, or if there's any other question related to that.
So right now, the provincial signs have a different standard than the municipal, correct?
It's the only distinction right now is in the traffic bylaw regarding where certain signs may be placed. And I think Mr. Schick is here, so he's kind of the traffic bylaw expert, I would say. But there is a schedule that says that municipal signs can only go in these certain roads, which that does not apply to provincial elections and federal elections. It just applies to municipal elections. So we would align it.
So and you're going to do that regardless if this motion passes or not. We'll just correct it so that for the next election, it will be focused on whatever we do, they'll do.
That's true. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Cool. So, okay, I have a question to Councillor Killick. So when I read this motion, it seems like we are trying to, I don't know, hinder the ability for people to put up election signs. Like, because that's what it looks like to me, is that we're trying to find more regulations for people to put up election signs. Am I reading this wrong?
That was absolutely not my intent by any means. It was simply, in fact, there's limited real estate available on the given roads. So this was actually to try and make it more fair that the limited space could be shared more fairly by all candidates, rather than having maybe one or two eager beavers go out and kind of capitalize on a constrained amount of land where the signs are available. So it's actually nothing to do with constraining the ability of candidates to put up signs or freedom of speech or anything like that. Furthest from that intention, and actually.
So is it just, when I just try to read between the lines here, because sometimes the wordage is just confusing. Is it just that your intention is just to prevent candidates from being encouraged from putting signs close together of their own? Is that the basic, the gist of it?
Yeah, and this would have been brought up in debate, but perfect opportunity. So many other municipalities, and I based this off originally of Calgary, but I did a quick scan, and Calgary has wording in their election sign bylaw that they have to be 20 meters apart. They have to be 2 meters from the curb. Edmonton is 20 meters apart, 3 meters from the curb. Red Deer has very, very strict rules of where sign. They actually have a map of on the street, very limited number of areas within Red Deer that signs can be put up. And again, only one sign per area. So they have a very restrictive area that says it allows everybody to share without one person crowding out the other. Sherwood Park, interestingly, also has theirs is 15 meters apart, and even Stony Plain is 20 meters apart. So what I saw, was that tight grouping of signs, and yet all other municipalities, not all of them, but the quick scan that I did is, as I mentioned, they have it in their bylaws that they're, usually 20 meters apart. And they also have a safety factor of rather than saying interfering with sightlines, which is kind of open to interpretation. They actually have in their bylaws a specified distance from the curb. So not only does it improve sightlines, but it improves safety of campaign workers, going out and getting too close to the curb while traffic is driving by and putting up signs. So it's a public safety as well as a campaign worker. But it was modeled, my request and motion is modeled after what I would say is best practices in many other municipalities around us.
Okay, and you listed quite a few there. Was there one in particular that you were thinking that you liked the best?
Well, I would certainly say that Edmonton or City of Calgary being our largest neighbors, if it works for them and they haven't suffered any legal challenges, it would work for St. Albert as well, but also the smaller municipalities like Stony Plain and Sherwood Park. They also have very simple language added to their existing bylaws that we could model our language after.
Okay, I'm very concerned about just creating more and more red tape and trying to figure out signs. New people have a real issue as it is. Okay.
Councillor Bermansky. Oh, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Killick. The question I had with this is when we're comparing, Edmonton and Calgary, I mean, most people, unless they're like, running for mayor and have millions of dollars, they're not gonna have enough signs to cover the city of Edmonton anyhow. So I mean, it's not really a valuable comparison of the space, like the limited space that you say we have in St. Albert. And I know there's other regions that don't restrict specific roads as we do in St. Albert. And I mean, we have a fairly strict written bylaw currently with many safety features and whatever. So what do you think would be the biggest improvement through this whole, like it's quite a step to change things for, what value at the end other than, I guess, just not being close to another person's sign is?
Sure. So both Edmonton and Calgary, for example, they do run in wards, and wards are roughly the same size as St. Albert. In fact, a little bit bigger population in their wards. But that's why I use those particular examples, that in fact, if you look at a ward, there's still those signs within a ward where 4 or 5 people may be running for one council seat. They have those very specific rules that say 20 meters apart and 2 meters from the curb. So that's why I use those examples, not collectively as the large city, but on a ward basis, it is very applicable to St. Albert. Again, it's kind of limited real estate along the roadways, and by saying that your signs are spread out, you would basically say, okay, there's a sign for Canada Day, and 20 meters apart, there's another, is the closest you could put another sign for Canada Day. That leaves 20 meters for Canada, B, C, D, E, and F, which is far more equitable, I think, and fair sharing that limited real estate along the roadways.
So you're saying there'd be no limit on the space of how close you have to stagger everybody 20 meters, like one would be 2 meters behind yours and then 2 meters behind the next one kind of thing. And so they'd all be close together in the end regardless, right?
They would be close together, but different candidates, rather than having 3 signs in 2 meters or 4 signs or 5 signs or 10 signs, all just along. each candidate would have to have her or his sign spread out from his previous sign.
And did you see a visual of that? Do you have like photos of it in Edmonton or anything? Because when I drive 170th Street, they were just like all in a row all over the place. I didn't see any, enforcement of how signs were done. I always found the city quite, signs quite randomly placed and a lot of them. So.
No, I don't have photographs from 2 years ago.
No, I'm just saying that, you have a visual of what is a guideline we should go by, but I haven't seen it in Edmonton. I just haven't.
There is a visual in the Calgary and Edmonton websites that shows how it actually gives examples of very, very clear examples of how signs have to be 30 meters back from an intersection. They have some other restrictions that I am not proposing. They have restrictions around no signs in school zones, no signs in playground zones. They actually have restrictions around no sign 30 meters back from crosswalks that are not intersections. So we have many crosswalks that are, or I shouldn't say many, we have a few crosswalks that are not intersections in St. Albert, but if you would like you can look at the Calgary or Edmonton website and it will give you a visual presentation. I expect that when that is brought back to SCOW, for a final recommendation, there might be some additional material provided at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you to administration, I found the backgrounder fascinating, quite honestly, because sometimes, and you even highlighted our own bylaw that perhaps wouldn't stand a legal test, given that we've made signs along St. Albert Trail a minimum of 4x8, that sort of thing. So my question to you is that we can write a bylaw and perhaps, follow what Calgary and Edmonton have done, but have those bylaws been tested before the courts? And in your mind, would they withstand this Oaks test that you talk about? And if we were to make the changes accordingly, would it stand the test? I guess if nobody calls us on it, we could do it, but what's your opinion on that?
I'll let Mr. LaFleur answer. Mr. LaFleur, we can't hear you. So I'll take a chance at the question. So the question about whether the bylaws have been tested, to my knowledge, they haven't been. But in my opinion, and I've discussed this with Mr. LaFleur, so I think I can safely say our opinion, they're a fairly good balance. So I think it may have a good chance of passing the Oaks test if it was challenged. In the past, in terms of enforcement with our election signs, our enforcement folks typically just contact the person with the sign and it's moved. And that's about the extent of it. And I think that answered all your questions, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm just, so that's the other half of this, right? Is the enforceability. We might write a bylaw and then so our bylaw officer is going to go out and measure. I don't think they will. I guess the spirit of the bylaw changes that Councillor Killick is looking for is some measure of equity between candidates and their ability to place signs. I want to support that. I just, in the end, are we getting anywhere when it's a 4-week problem or a 6-week problem? I'm not sure there was a question there. I didn't want to debate there, Madam Mayor. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's it for you then, Councillor Broadhead?
It is.
Okay, Councillor Jolly's good. I see no more questions, so I'll accept your motion. Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of come up in our questions, but really this is about trying to have fairness. And I did try and, when I read paragraph 3 of the considerations of the framework, to try and answer Councillor Broadhead's question. It said the factors can meet the substantial important criteria of the Oaks test and therefore justify a measured and minimal degree of election sign regulation on highways or other right-of-ways. So I also had never heard of the Oaks test, but when I read that in our backgrounder, I thought, okay, that does say that this would be something that could work. We do have also a whole bunch of rules within our current sign bylaws. It says they have to be 5 meters from and this is in the backgrounder, so I apologize to everyone that has read it, but I'll just repeat a couple of pieces of it. That 5 meters from a fire hydrant, 30 meters, ours actually says 30.5 meters from an intersection, not on a road or median. These are all things that are consistent in our bylaw, that is consistent in pretty much all other regions around us. So we already have rules, and this would just, my intention was to add just 2 simple additions to that. We also limit in our current bylaw, if there were concerns about limiting free speech or during election, we already limit, as we all know, putting, and it was listed in Schedule 9 that we have 10 major roadways: Boudreaux, Campbell, Gervais, Giroux, etc. So we already have a set of limitations that are in place and have not ever brought any scrutiny or legal challenge. They're consistent around the region. This was simply to add to what I was hoping would be very clear, straightforward, single lines of language to our bylaws, saying 20 meters space between same signs, and 2 meters back from the curb. Currently, our bylaw says that it interferes with sight lines. And again, I don't know how anybody interprets that. So rather than interpret it, I was hoping to have clean language that stated a specified distance away from the curb. And looking at it from that perspective, bringing those 2 simple lines of text into our bylaws, in addition to what we already have, not changing everything else, not looking for a new bylaw, just adding 2 simple lines around those 2 items was what I was hoping to accomplish, and looking to bring that forward to SCOW in 2024 would seem realistic. I did want to try and be clear on those 2 asks so that administration was not burdened with a whole bunch of extra work, and trying to give them clear guidance on what they could go back and how they could write it and accommodate those 2 requests within simple language in our current bylaws. So that's what I was hoping to achieve going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Councillor Jolly, anything you want to add?
Yeah, thank you. Really briefly, I'm certainly supportive of a continuation of this discussion. I'm particularly pleased with the inclusion of that reduced mental impact in the motion. That's a really important priority for the city, so it's great to see that there. I don't want to get into the details of what a theoretical guideline might look like. That's a great, SCOW will be a great time to discuss that. But earlier this year, I was talking about election signs online, and I asked residents, "What are your thoughts about the future of these disposable election traditions?" Which gives you an idea of how I feel about election signs. But some of the comments included one that says totally ban them. A sign doesn't influence any voters. Another commented that he believes the first step would be make a size minimum for signs on major roadways. The 14 small signs in a row is clutter and wasteful. And another comment is I hate seeing them all along the road. Seems like such a waste. So you're not alone in kind of frustration seeing the clutter on the side of the road. And I look forward to future discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolly. I see no one else on debate. Councillor Killick to close.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly, for bringing up kind of the comments from residents. And I did a search back on the St. Albert chat and original St. Albert chat, and there were two interesting threads that are still available and searchable that were, you know, why is there so many signs, clutter? They're all over the place. Why do we have them so close together, et cetera, et cetera. So there is, although in the background it said their administration has not received complaints. I totally get that. It's probably because people complain about these kind of things online now. They don't complain to the city directly as much as they would voice their concerns on public chat forums. So again, I would just say that don't want to restrict anybody's freedom of speech. I certainly don't want to have that interpretation out there. This is simply to make limited real estate along our roads available on an equitable basis to all candidates, and keep them out back from the road so that everybody is safe, both in placing them and driving by them. Nobody has to worry about when they get knocked over and et cetera, et cetera. So again, I would just say I wanted to be precise in what my motion hoped to accomplish in the two areas, not be prescriptive, leave that up to administration to look at best practices in the region, and hope that this only creates minimal work for administration to bring it back for more formal discussion at SCOW in 2024.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes by a majority with Councillor Bermansky opposed. All right, that was 12.1. We're on to information requests, notice of motions and announcements. Yeah, I think I just saw an IR pop into my inbox. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes. Oh, was that you? Oh, okay. That was you, Councillor McKay? Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just sent this in, Mr. Fletcher. So just please provide the authorized number of municipal enforcement officers that are currently in municipal enforcement services. Can you also provide what is our current actual complement? And can the response also include if there are any different roles, responsibilities, if applicable, i.e. do some members deal with traffic enforcement or some members assigned to specific by law enforcement?
Perfect. Okay, is there any other ones, Gerald? Oh, Councillor Bermansky has one. Go ahead.
Thank you. That the fee for Service Place Seniors Annual Membership is amended from the proposed $460 to $450 in bylaw 17/2023.
Right. And Councillor Hughes?
I don't have an IR. I just had a couple questions.
Okay.
So, and I should have brought it up before and I forgot. So I was just thinking about the gentleman that came for the trees a couple weeks ago. So we've assigned a value for trees but when we cut down our own trees on city property, we don't bill ourselves $30,000 for replacement, right? The tree gets sacrificed and that's the end of it, right? And if individuals cut down trees in their own yard, again, you can cut down a tree if you want to in your own yard. So when we're talking about the assigning of values to trees, unless I'm wrong, it's only to boulevard trees where we'd actually have somebody have to pay the city to cut down a tree.
I would say one addition or perhaps correction to that is when the city does take down a tree, we do attempt to plant elsewhere to make up for that. So while we've not put that dollar value on it, we do try and follow that same spirit of the law in terms of replanting to replace the loss of that tree.
So we do a 1-to-1 ratio.
Not necessarily a 1-to-1 ratio. I think it depends.
Like I'm looking at you, Dan, because you're able to answer. So would it be like we cut down one tree and now we put into our budget 3 trees, or how does that work?
It's the chair to Councillor Hughes. Yeah, I think it depends on the situation, as to what tree they're taking down, where it is, where we can plant more trees, how many we would need there. So as was mentioned, it's not specifically about necessarily 1-to-1. It's looking at the situation.
Okay, because what I'm trying to figure out is if we assign a value to a tree in a boulevard, and if we're going to do any lot divisions, it's going to have to be in older neighborhoods because all the newer neighborhoods are smaller lots. You can't divide them a lot more than what they're already down to. So it's only going to be the established neighborhoods, and those tend to have larger trees. So those trees are de facto going to have probably a higher value as we've assigned them to trees. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm just bringing this up, like you don't have to answer this today for a solution, but just as a thought process, is if we say that the tree is worth $30,000 and it costs us about $850 to replace a tree, then basically we're saying that to replace one tree in the boulevard, we need to plant 35 trees to equal the value of that one tree in a monetary value, as opposed to saying it's a 1-to-1 ratio or a 2-to-1 ratio. If we take down those boulevard trees, we're actually saying that if the tree is worth $10,000, that we need 12 trees to be planted to replace the one boulevard tree. And so I'm just bringing this up because it seems like I personally don't have an opinion one way or another about infill, et cetera. And I like the fact that we have large lots, quite frankly, and I like the fact that we have trees in the boulevard. But it's a challenge when I look at the fact that we're saying that if somebody wants to do any type of changes to their lot, whether it's expanding it or dividing it or just simply moving things around, and there's going to be a boulevard tree involved, that we're assigning a value of a tree that's not a 1-to-1, but often 5, 10, 30, 40-to-1 to replace the value of one boulevard tree. And it appears to be only assigning this to boulevard trees. No other tree in the city gets the same treatment. So I'm just bringing this up just so you guys can think about it when we're trying to determine what we're doing for infill and whether or not that this one area is actually hindering the ability for subdivisions to actually occur. Because if I've got to pay for the tree, I got to pay for the house, the lot, subdivision, development costs, building, utilities, and then I get a surprise bill for $40,000 because the city's assigned a tree value of 40 grand to replace one tree. We're now going to put 40 or 50 down. It seems to be something that perhaps we've overlooked the impact of what we're actually doing when it comes to the boulevard trees and assigning the value of them and assigning how we intend to replace them. So I'm just bringing that up just as a thought process, perhaps when staff go back to think about how we're going to handle this, because I just don't see how anybody would want to do any type of changes to their yards or any other yard in established neighborhoods, because really you can't expand almost any driveway or any type of thing without affecting a tree. They're all planted so close to the driveways now, and they're so close together, which is awesome, unless you've got to take one down to move something for a driveway. So I'm just bringing that up because it occurred to me as I thought about this the past couple of weeks. This is not, I haven't talked to the gentleman or anything. I've just been pondering this, and it just seems perhaps we have overvaluing a boulevard tree over any other tree in the city as far as that. And I could see a 1-to-2 ratio, or even a 1-to-3. We cut down one, we're just automatically going to bill you for 3 trees to replace it. That would make sense as a standard. But when we start assigning it to saying we need 35 trees to replace this one, it seems pretty onerous. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for motions, announcements, et cetera? Councillor Killick?
I just have a general question that I sent in notice of motion for the rate change for discussion on October the 3rd. And I had received an email from Cheryl saying they weren't sure whether it was a postpone motion or notice of motion.
All right.
I wasn't sure whether we needed to read that in today or.
Oh, I apologize, Councillor Killick. I should have got back to you. So we're going to it'll be appearing with the master rates bylaw and the policy, because it's a policy change. So we're bringing that all back as a nice little package, and yours will be included in that. Same with Councillor Romanski's service place one. And so you'll see it all at once. I do apologize for that.
No, that's okay. Just want to make sure that it,
Did it get read publicly?
No, it
No,
didn't.
why don't you,
This-
do you have it in front of you?
I sure can.
Okay.
That in reference to master rates, that EV charging schedule 14, section 2F be deleted, deleting the words maximum price a customer is willing to pay per hour of use.
Okay. All right, I think that covers all of the emailed IRs and notices of motions. We need a motion to go in camera to talk contracts. Okay, Councillor Hughes is ready to go.
Council moving camera discuss a matter pursuant to sections 24(1)A and 25(1)C subsection 3 of FLAPE.
Call for the vote. Now, before you pack up, council, sorry, is that done?
So perhaps.
That motion passes, so we're in camera, so we're gonna stay in here. Yeah. Everett's bringing a team of people and I didn't think we would all actually fit in the little lounge, so.
Should we be able to hear Mayor Herron right now?
Gonna stay in chambers because there's gonna be a few people,
Yes.
too many staff to go into the lounge, but we are still gonna do a breakout room.
Yeah, the invites to go into the breakout room will happen. Everybody will accept them. We'll stay physically here,
Okay,
but we'll start the in-camera once we're all in that room.
okay.